invincible.
Hello?
Good morning and welcome to MightyOxTrading. Happy Friday. Hope everyone's had a great night, ready for a great day. Markets are rising. Low on ES, 923. High on ES, 956. 33 points in range. NQ's dipped down to 348. The high was this last hour at 488. It's about 140 points in range. Copper been falling, still falling. About 200 ticks in range. Hey, David, how you doing? About a point in range on the Ultra Bond. Gold dipping, dipping, dipping. Oh, 100 points on gold in the range. Crude oil, about 110 ticks. Natural gas coming down. Bitcoin hanging around 103. That's where we sit standing, whatever body posture you're choosing to take this morning. News this morning, 8:30, U.S. housing starts. A couple other small reports at 10 o'clock, University of Michigan sentiment preliminary. Morning, USC. Yeah, that storm was pretty nasty. Yeah, I mean, I was surprised last night because they were talking about where they expect storms again tonight, and that the storms tonight were supposed to be the strong ones. So I was a little surprised. I had my headphones on. I was listening to a baseball card video on YouTube, and the video just ended, and I'm like, so silence, and I'm like, is that the tornado sirens? And so I took off the headset. I'm like, yep, that's tornado sirens. Seems like it's been happening more. Tornado Alley seems to be moving north. Um, I mean, we do get tornadoes in Illinois, but it seems to be happening more often. We don't get the hurricanes, but we do get occasional earthquakes as well. Um, it was like I think back in 2008 where Illinois got like a 4 point something earthquake, and but there was an earthquake in this area back in the early 1800s that was strong enough to make the Mississippi River run backwards. There is a major fault line in this area. Yeah, I mean it was huge. It was 8 point something. Hey Terry, how are you doing? All right, remember to bring some back for everybody. I'm doing all right. Hey Terry, have you tried joining the Discord again? No, no, no. Hey Robin, hey Crypticon. How's everybody this morning? I don't know if any came down. There was tornado sirens last night and supposedly rotation north of here, like the town north of here. I don't know if I haven't checked the news to see whether or not anything actually hit. There were 70-mile-an-hour winds not too far from here, knocked over two tractor trailers. Slowly grinding up, yeah. Hey, Speed Racer. But the closest I've ever actually been to a tornado hasn't happened in Illinois. It happened in Pennsylvania. Pulls back a little bit here. Playing right near 500. These are highs a day. There's 500. 21, 500. Oops. Sorry about that. I was distracted for a minute. There we go. Hey, John, how you doing? I'm doing all right, John. Hey, JJR. Good to see you. How'd you end up yesterday, JJR? Nice work. Absolutely. Oh, is it raining today? John, I see that your postal service is ready to go on strike again. Hopefully your package gets to you before that happens. Oh, wow. That doesn't sound like fun. We do got a little bit of news coming up. U.S. housing starts. Awesome. Yeah, that news really knocked our socks off. Yes, it was. Oh, well, maybe it was a delayed reaction. That's a pretty quick fall there, down to 15 points on this 3 minute candle. And falling fast. That was weird. Let's fake them out and wait a minute before we send the algos after the news. Oh, nice, John. How'd you feel? Did you feel like that was too much trading? Were you exhausted, or were you enjoying the process? You should get one of those mowers that cuts by itself, like a Roomba vacuum cleaner, but for the lawn. Well, I mean, push mower or riding mower, John? Okay. Let's say if you did a riding mower, then you could just put a laptop on the steering wheel. Canadians only have like 2 months a year that they can tan. Yeah, this is a pretty big drop now. I should have taken that purple candle in the three. See, it worked really well. Still just dropping. Dropping like it's hot. Almost 50 points drop from the high. Oh, there's a pop. Try the pop. Don't pop till you drop. Pop's redropping. Dang it. And stopped out. Just hanging here. We have about 17 minutes till the top of the hour. Doesn't seem to want to go lower. Stagnant right now. It doesn't know where it wants to go right now. Down here in the doldrums and can't seem to get out. Someone get the NQ some antidepressant medication. Still just fighting in this area. It's been here for a while now. Yeah, I'm still waiting on that, Robin. And looked like it wanted to try and push up, and it failed, coming back down. Oops, I need to change that Nightbot. Tradeify is now 35%. We're down 40 points on this hourly candle. Feels like more, but try to pop just a tad there, maybe. And still falling. It's tried a couple times to peek its head up and just gets smacked back down. Almost at the top of the hour. Doesn't want to pop now. Don't trust it. How's everyone else doing so far? I understand, Robin. Nice work, John. Nice work. Whoosh. It might be reversal. Those little top of the hour shenanigans. Shenanigans, I say. Shenanigans. And yeah, it's popping up. Okay, I'm interested in that blue candle. What away? We'll try it. What the heck? What's the worst that can happen? Give it a small target. Secondary blue candle, maybe? It's trying. I think I can. I think I can. I think I can. I think I can. Come on. Couple more ticks. Target hit. There we go. 41 to 49. 8 points. Good morning, Amelia. Yes, you do, Amelia. So we're back up to the 450 area. Hung around this area for quite a while earlier. We're about 22 minutes from the bell. Remember, folks, today we got a treat for the 11 o'clock hour. Ace Trades and USC Sun will be on the mic. Good old mystery meat there, Amelia. Oh. You'll have to make sure to remember to tell us on Monday what it was. Hanging around 460 now. Nice, John. So that was a slow grind up. We got a little bit out of it. We want more, more, more. Pulls back. Yeah, he better not call off sick. Continuing to pop up. Morning, Ace. Reminder it's Friday, Ace. Yes, it is. Friday all day. About 10 minutes till the bell. I have not, John. Think I might have looked at them in the past, tried a couple that people suggested, but I never really tried executing it. Wow, 85%. Oh yeah, that's right. Thank you for that reminder, Amelia. Pop. And we come right back up after that little dip. Nice bounce off the 9 EMA on the 3. Ah. Yeah, oh, yeah. High win rates can definitely be manipulated with small targets and big stops. They don't tell you that, one loss wipes out 5 good trades. About 5 minutes to the bell. Whoosh! You heard Eddie climbing up the chair. Whoa! Well, that was a 2 minute before the bell pop. Where did that go? 55-point candle. I don't see news. Yeah, I mean, I would have thought so, but I don't. Nothing's popping yet. Pump up the volume. Oh, sorry, giving it right back. Let's see how the open goes. That was weird. It's still falling, so it's giving that entire move back that quick. That was strange. Strange, strange, strange. Stranger things. Stranger danger. China short here. Probably stupid. Yep, it was stupid. Maybe not. Gonna get out. I got like a point. I got no, yeah, I got a point and a quarter, and now it's dropping. Of course it did. Nice job, Ace. Sounds like a personal question, Ace. Hey, MR, how you doing? I'm doing all right. Uh, Still hanging in there. Um, Hopefully, gonna be transferring her to a different hospital soon. I mean, anything's got to be better than what she's getting there. But yeah, a higher level of care is how they're putting it. That said, I could be standing in front of St. Mary's Hospital here in Decatur, get hit by a truck while standing in front of the hospital, and I would request to go to a different hospital, even though I'll be right in front of that one. Still falling. Stretching while waiting for an entry. Pops up there, but I don't know what I want to trust right now. Right back down. So what's our low a day? 348, I believe. No, wait. Yeah, 348. Maybe we need to look at the lows a day. You can see here if we look at our hourly chart, we hit this mark here yesterday afternoon. It came down sharply. It's tried to come up and it looks like it's failing there. And now it's fallen. Nice, USC. Let's go check out the GC. The GC. Oh, that was a beautiful setup right there on GC. Boom. And that was a good one there. This one, not so much. I mean, it worked, but that would have been a hell of a stop to have to use. Y'all got to stop bursting into flames. The sprinkler system's not working. Having that checked out on Monday. As long as TO remembered to schedule it. 'I don't know. Hopefully he's not like under a big pile of pineapples again. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. We have news at the top of the hour. University of Michigan. No, the other TO. How you doing today, TO? I'm hanging in there. Uh, they're looking to transfer the hospitals. A couple of them called overnight. Uh, well, it might end up happening today. I don't know yet. Now we're stagnant. Moving on up. Yeah, not the best. No, not really, Hassan. And back down. We'll have to stop buying that brand of laundry detergent. Six minutes till news. How you doing today, livestock? Where does it want to go from here? I don't like this price action. I don't like it at all. Be careful, son. The market doesn't always reward stubbornness. Yeah, don't listen to me, Hassan. No, he was talking to me, Mr. Well, we're coming up on University of Michigan sentiment. We'll see if that moves the market. Sideways. A little more than 30 seconds till news. Are we ready? That was a whoosh. Falling. See if it bounces or continues downward. Try to pop back up. And there's a nice little pop back up. Trying to get through that 90 EMA. So our news didn't really give us much to go with. Keep working on getting that back. And pulling down. I'm not seeing any trades I want to take. I mean, this was kind of a signal, I guess. Obviously, it would have worked. Gold's not looking all that fun. Hey, there's Platts missing. Oh, wait, he said he was going somewhere. I remember. He said he was going on a fishing trip or something. Russell's making some decent moves. Yep. Yep, it is. uh, Options expiring livestock. It's going to be today. Him and the UFC are going to be doing it for an hour today in RJ's normal spot. I'm sure you guys will find something to talk about. Right now, this is just dragging. We should demand our money back. I was gonna grab that blue candle and I was too late. Uh, I missed that opportunity. That was about the only one I really missed. Yeah, I'm down 123 bucks. You're getting there, JJR. Market's rising. But coin barometer. Woo. There's a little move down. I hate this price action. I hate it. 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 I'm gonna hold my breath until it changes. And just sitting here, sitting on the dock of the bay. This is a trading stream. Oops. It's kind of sideways here. Ooh, horrible, horrible price action. And see, and uh, when you're dealing with this stuff, then you get lulled to sleep and you miss the moves that start happening. Not that this has been an amazing one right now, but yeah. And right back down. That was a pretty quick move back down. That is 40, almost 40 points on this 3 minute candle. Oh yeah, he's always been a supporter of Pete Rose. Still falling. So all that effort to work its way back up, and it gave it back that quick. Ugh. We spiked down to 391 on the top of the hour news. It's about where we're at now. We've kind of Been in this area a couple of times now. Excellent, JJR. Great job. Maybe I'm imagining it, JJR, but it seems like a lot of your days have been like this lately, where you start red and have to fight your way back to green. If that is the case, and I'm not just imagining it, have you thought about just starting a little bit later? Hanging right around 21,400 now. Still falling. I don't know. Definitely looks like a possibility. Well, just be careful. Sometimes when you're trying for a full green week or whatever, you end up making trades that you end up forcing trades, I guess is what I should say. Just be careful. Hmm? Didn't quite get there. Just trying to bounce now. Nice job, Crip. But when did you go back to NQ? I thought you were doing GC. Okay, awesome, Crip. Still trying. Yep, there's 360 for you, John. 348's the overnight low. Still falling. Might get that. Well, we just made a new low day. Maybe we will get that 320, John. And still falling. Wow. Good call, John. About 320. There it is. Maybe a perfect bounce off of it? Let's see. That's awesome, Crypt. I'm so happy to hear that. I took a long here to bounce off the 320. I mean, I got in at 337, so I can't say it was a bounce off of 320, but target hit 15 points. 337 to 352. Still rising back up. Excellent work, JJR. Excellent. We're long again. Shooting for the 9 EMA on the 3. We're in at 360. Spits back down on me. Comes back up. Hesitating there. Good. Now, 5-point trade, but I'm back to green on the day. Have a great weekend, Crypticon. We are just 10 minutes away from Ace and USC. Uh, Ace trades and USC is going to be taking RJ's normal hour. Nice, John. Beautiful. There you go. That's awesome, USC. RJ, yeah, it's just RJ's doing family stuff. He has the grandkids. RJ will be back sometime next week. I think his grandkids are like real little, so I don't think they would appreciate that yet. We found out earlier today that John DeFore is a push mower too. Had a neighbor the one place I lived who had a riding mower, and he would often get drunk and jump on his riding mower. One morning, you see him. The riding mower is up against the tree, still going. The motor's still running, but it's obviously not going anywhere. And he's just dead drunk, slumped over the wheel of the riding mower there at like 6 a.m. in the morning. Yeah, crude's popping. But he's still in the seat of the mower, just like slumped forward over the wheel, and the mower was there, just the up against the tree. Wait, now you want to check Ace? I thought you were doing this free. Yeah, yep, I can hear you, Ace.
Fees one time Clinton got money for public speaking while he was a president. I don't know.
Yeah, something like that.
But I thought maybe we got to get on and make sure we don't
Yep.
have any glitches. I don't know if USC is ready or not.
USC, are you ready? Because I sent you I sent you a call when I did Ace there as well. Can you guys hear Ace?
I can hear myself.
Okay, that works.
Krypton's asking if you ever got your new setup built.
No, not yet. Not yet. I wish it would because it'd be really convenient about now.
Did you?
He's been getting back, gets like a day to like do laundry and spend a little time with his wife, and then gets sent another place. Ace is a little bit soft. I can fix that, I think.
I can turn my mic up too. I think got volume control. It's up. I could also change headphones too. Got a couple wireless.
USC.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes.
Can you
Oh,
guys hear USC? Okay,
Really
you both are working.
sounds good. You gonna be able to actually get off the stream and do something else, or Mighty Ox,
Uh,
or are you too nervous to let us
no,
go?
no. I mean, I'll be monitoring just so in case that whole thing happens where
Sure, sure, sure.
it cuts out and I got to turn the something back on so they hear you guys.
I just always like to feel like it's helping you to not have to
Yeah.
stream for another hour.
Oh yeah. I mean, I'll be able to. I'll just be listening in, but I'll be doing other stuff here. So
Nice. Well, good.
you guys ready?
Ready?
can you still
Uh,
hear me?
yep.
Yes. Sound great.
Okay.
Hey
I
guys.
had it, it was coming back on me, so I turned off the stream sound. It's better.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Krypton's got a great.
I can't stand listening to myself in my ear when I'm streaming. It confuses me, so you almost have to turn it off. So okay, guys, it's all yours.
Hey, thanks. Thanks. Um, Krypton's got a great idea. It says, please introduce yourself and give us your background. My background is a exercise bike with laundry all over it.
Ha ha ha.
Uh-huh. USC, do you want us to call you USC? Is that acceptable? But I'm fine with Ace. I didn't know if you
Call me. Can you hear me okay?
hear you great.
Oh, you mean call
Name
me
wise,
by
name wise,
USC.
yeah, yeah. Is USC fine? Is that
Oh, that's fine.
okay? And that's what I figured out. That's why I thought you lived in California because of University of Southern California, USC.
I can understand that.
But I know you're in South Carolina, which is also USC.
Right.
Grover Boys. Oh,
The
TOR. Grover Boys.
USC.
Yeah, the USC. Yeah. So tell us. I want to hear all about your adventures, and so I'd love to have you introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your background,
Um,
how you
well,
got
you
into
know where I'm
trading.
located. I retired about 6 years ago, so I've been plugging away during that time.
Used to work
I
for
could not make,
city
huh?
government, state. Used to work for a government
No,
entity.
no, I worked in uh, with a large international company in the area,
Okay.
and I retired. And but I started. trying to trade, I came across Tim Sykes with penny stocks
Yeah.
back in 2008.
Right.
And I said, oh, this is interesting. And that was when everything was free. Forums were free, chats were free. And I discovered the pink sheets and the penny stocks. And
Right.
one morning, within 15 minutes, I had made $3,000. And I'm like, I like this.
Whoa. Of real money.
Of
Wasn't
real
sim.
money. But
Gosh.
that's where you get hooked. And then I fought and fought and fought and fought. Of course, I knew nothing about trading at that point. That was just dumb luck. So I played with that for a while, and then I gave it up. And then when I retired, that's when I started getting into Discords and Futures.io. Futures.io was my next stop.
Okay.
And from there, I picked up some indicators, lots of indicators, and I'm an indicator junkie. I don't always use them or keep them, but I learned a lot and had a lot of screen time during my adventures with indicators. So that's my background.
For folks that don't know, big future is it Futures? What's it called? Futures.io. It's run by Big Mike.
Yes, run by Big Mike, and it's changed. It's now called Nexus FI.
Yeah, it's a website for folks, traders, to get on and comment back and forth and visit.
Right, and they have tons and tons and tons of indicators.
Yes, they do. And you, like, I've teased you about that before. You like indicator hopping.
I like trying them out. I have a few of my favorites that I use, but my screen is almost as clean as yours, Ace.
Okay.
Because I like to see the candle movement and the price action. And I also need to throw Al Brooks in there. Of course, I did my stint with Al Brooks and his ES 5-minute trading, which I never could get the hang of it, but I learned a lot of price action information from it.
Yep. There you go. Okay.
Somebody, let's see, who is it? JJR. Where does USC come from? The name USC is because I went to the University of South Carolina, and sun is just because we probably get 300 days of sunshine out of 365 here
Nice.
in the South. And I'm not from Greenville, but I am from South Carolina, so I'll just leave that at that point.
Yeah.
So that's the short version of how I got here. And I have to mention when I went from Tim Sykes in that era, I never went back to stocks. When I came back after retired, it was futures only. Futures are so much better. Oh, Amelia asked, are they the game cuts? Yes, they are.
Nice.
Yeah, we can make lots of fun with that.
Oh, sure.
But
Yeah.
we'll have to just leave it there.
Oh, nice. Okay. So you made $3,000 quick right off the bat with penny stocks, and then never could repeat that success trading stocks or penny stocks. Is that
Or
correct?
EFTs or anything like that. Absolutely could not repeat it because it wasn't based on anything. It was just
pure
blind luck. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And then just got it, but knew you wanted to trade. You got the bug. The bug bit you as far as I want to make trading. I want to trade, be participating in trades, and since then just been pursuing it pretty much all the time, or
Pretty much since I
go for a month.
retired full time.
Okay.
Yeah.
And tell us about your setup a little bit. You have 2 screens, decent computer?
I lost the sound there for a minute. You asked about my setup?
Yeah, sorry if I
Like I said, my charts are really pretty clean, and currently I'm looking at ES on the 2-minute, and I look at gold on the 1, 2, or 3-minute. It depends on how much energy the market has. I do 3 minutes if it has lots of energy. I did 10 minutes yesterday, and today I'm on 1 minute.
Okay, so you very, very word. I was asking about the physical setup, your screens, your mouse, your
Yeah,
connection. Are you Wi-Fi? What's your
I'm hardwired for desktop trading. I have 2 monitors And my laptop. On my laptop, I watch the stream on, and I have GC on one monitor and ES on the other monitor, and I keep a tab of NQ also. Part of my problem, I think, in not getting anywhere for so long was staying within Q too long.
Right.
Because it just became whippier and whippier as time went on, and it's I can find the trades and I can enter the trades, but it's the pullback. I like to say the market has to breathe, and NQ takes deep breaths
Yeah, that's a great
to the
phrase.
point it'll kill you.
Yeah,
But and I do use some indicators. I have a 20 EMA and a 9 EMA,
nice.
and I think this came from Nexus or Futures IO. I like this indicator called DPLRL. It just puts a line on my screen, and I make things that I want to see bigger, since I don't have much on there. Yeah, I still want to have them catch my eye.
Sure.
And I use I don't know if any of you've ever heard of zombie indicators with Frosty. Um, he has a very complex package of zombie indicators, and I only use one indicator out of the whole package, and it's the candle indicator.
Does that cost money?
Yeah,
One?
that one is free. That DPLRL is free.
Do that one again. Ox was trying to figure out what that was.
What
DP.
DPLRL
Okay. Yeah, it looks like he's going
and
to go look for it.
on
See.
Futures IO. Yeah, and DP, small DP, LRL.
It must not be
It's
in the.
under
This,
it's
this
under
one.
the
Yeah.
Ninja indicators on
Does Ninja
Futures
have it?
IO. No,
Okay.
no, it's not a native indicator to it. Um, and I like Frosty's zombie candles, and Frosty on Futures IO is called Iced ICED Frosty,
Okay.
and he
What
has a Discord, but
Krypton's
he's
got a good question. What does it do? What is the deep DP?
um it really puts a line in your screen, and it it turns green or red based on the trend.
Okay.
And I look for, to go long over this line, and I look to go short under this line, and I look for powerful candle crossings of the line, like a candle just shoots up, and that's a good indication that it's going to get a little bit momentum.
Okay. Do you know how to share your screen? I don't think you don't have to if you don't want to. I don't know that I would. But that's an option for you on Discord if you want to share your screen and show everybody that indicator, but you don't have to. Again, a lot of people, a lot of traders, it's kind of offensive to ask them about their indicators and their method, and you know what I mean. It's like
Uh,
asking people how much money you have in
uh,
your bank account or how much you weigh.
I'd love
So,
to show it, but yesterday we tried that, and because I have the
oh,
streaming on the
it it it,
laptop
it killed
and the
it.
charts. Yeah, I won't. I tried to do remote PC so you could see it. Still wouldn't pick it up. You could just see my laptop screen.
Krypton, don't ask
How
that.
old are you?
Gosh.
Oh my!
I was just going through the list of things you don't ask people in public, and he
It
lights
would
it up.
scare you if I told you how old I am.
Yeah. Okay. So, well, good. So yeah, so you got set up and two screens, and you've got a good place away from noise and distractions and Amazon delivery drivers and whatnot.
Yes, I'm sort of in the back of the house. We have a sunroom back here, and I have to work with the glare not to get me too bad, but I can overlook my backyard and see the birds and
Oh,
chipmunks running
nice,
around. Yeah,
nice. Just give you something to look at when you're not. That way you don't take boredom trades because there's nothing to look at. Good,
right.
good. And how
And huh?
just your without getting into too details, just support from your family. Has that been like?
Um, my husband, he's a retired programmer, but he works on trying to automate trading. So he's
Oh,
very supportive, and
oh,
that's
wow.
all we have in the household. Yes.
Yeah. So you guys, treehouse for Krypton. You guys could work together then. I mean, he's into it and could help program stuff and
Absolutely. He's written
oh,
some
nice,
programs for me.
nice. Oh, good. Well, good. So it sounds like he's very. I'm just wondering about support. Like the, I feel strongly if your family's not supporting your journey through trading, you're not going to make it. So
Oh yeah, it would be so tough.
yeah. So cool. 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 What's some of your best moments in trading? So have you been able to I this is kind of nosy. Have you been able to repeat that $3,000 day?
No,
I guess.
only in sim.
Yeah, yeah,
Only
yeah.
in sim.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. That kind of sits out there probably in your mind as far as when I make that back up, then I'll have achieved something probably, right?
Um, m- yeah, my days now, my good days, and all days are not green by any means. My good days are like $500-600 range, and I'm
Sure.
happy with that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, anyone should be. That's so good. Well, nice, nice. Well, that's it. That is very interesting in your and did you think about the stock market much before that, before you got into Tim Sykes? And I mean, how'd you know about penny
No,
stocks and all that?
no. The only thing I knew about the stock market was when I was growing up in the nightly news, they'd have the Dow Jones and
Mhm.
um, mainly the Dow Jones and the Russell, I think, is the ones that they
Go
would talk
across the
about.
TV screen or have a graphic up.
They would actually do a little blurb about them because the audio part of it stuck in my brain.
Yeah,
Um, those that was on the nightly news that we watched every night.
yeah. Nice.
So I knew the terms, but I'm like, and I always like numbers, and um, so when I was with Tim Sykes, I'm like, I can figure this out. This won't be a big deal. Boy, was I wrong.
Yeah. And here, a lifetime later, it's still a journey for you,
Right. And I can pass the PA, I can get to a PA account. So I
right?
don't want to use my own money. I can pass the PAs, but I can't hold on to them. My biggest problem is I go on tilt and I tend to move my stop loss, and those kill me. I don't like to take loss. That's my biggest issue. I don't like to take a
Right.
loss, and it ends up killing my trading.
I think that's everybody. I think that's something it, my understanding is that of that is human psychology. We don't like to be wrong.
Mm-mm.
And so when the market price starts coming towards your stop, you realize, "Oh, I was wrong. I don't wanna be wrong." And then you do the obvious move your stop, and because you're thinking, "Well, maybe I'm not wrong, maybe it'll turn back around," because it does all the time. I mean, we all get our stops hit, and then it turns out. So, yeah, I think that's very, very central to who we are as humans. It's just like it gets hit, we get it move it out of the way so it doesn't get hit because that means we're wrong. And then we
Yeah, and
basically, it's
I
just saying, "Take more of my money. Just take more of my money."
and I go on tilt. Yeah, then I'm like, well, I got to get that money back,
I gotta get back. Yeah,
and I never get it back. Well, I do get it back sometimes,
right?
but it's so stressful, and it just mentally is exhausting to try to get it back.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, agreed.
So
100%.
Amanda, you took your first loss recently?
Who's that? Really?
Interesting.
I took my first
Amelia, not Amelia,
day
not Amelia.
loss
It's
with my
Amelia. Amelia.
I took my first day loss with YM in a month last week. Okay.
Oh, in a month.
Oh, wow.
Okay,
Nice.
that was really good.
MR is asking about, do you trade funded accounts then?
I have, but I can't hold on to them. I somewhere along the line will go until never make it to payout. Um, I use Apex. Apex is the only one I've used, and it's the one I stay with. I'm it's like Ninja. It's like I started with Ninja and I stay with Ninja. I like to stay with what I know.
Yeah. Yeah. I like that. So you do use Ninja. I was going to ask you that. Who's your broker? Who's your
hmm Um,
your platform?
yeah, Ninja, yeah.
You like them? No problems.
I like them because I don't want to have to learn a different one. Because if something
Right.
goes crazy, I'm like, okay, I know where to go and I know what to do.
Yep.
I know where all the buttons are. I understand their indicators. I put so much time into Ninja that it would take a lot for me to consider going to a different platform.
Right. If there's no reason, the only reason that
hmm
the only reason you wouldn't use Ninja is if they folded for some reason and you couldn't use it.
Right.
Then you'd have to find something else, which
Right.
is trouble. I've gone through that, and it is a pain. It is really hard to adapt for something like that. So nice, nice, good. And what's your eventual goal trading? I mean, are you wanting to trade from on the beach at a resort in Tahiti and live the trader's life and be a billionaire and drive a Lambo?
Um, you always want that little extra cushion,
Yeah,
like
just
I have.
supplemental income.
Right. Exactly. Just
You guys have
to,
both got retirement income coming in.
yeah, it gives you that extra freedom. Like if you just on a whim want to just go
Yep.
take a trip, like go to Charleston or somewhere,
Yeah.
like a day trip. You don't have to worry about, well, I'm taking this out of my bread and
Right.
bread and butter money.
Right. Yeah. This is just kind of hen money, right? What they call hen money,
Yeah. hmm
egg money. Trade's how I pay for my trips. Good job, Amelia.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm like a million that way. I don't have to take it from my normal operating income.
Right. Right. Just supplemental extra income. Good. Good. Last year I went to Amsterdam, Bain. Oh, nice, Amelia. Yeah. MR's got a good question. Do you do any of the courses besides Tim's and Brooks's and
Did you use any core? Well, we've talked about this. I don't know if you were in the room, MR, but Ace and RJ especially, we've been through a series of different chat rooms over the years. Like
yeah?
Ace Trader comes from Ace, which was like a carnival Barker
Yes. RJ and I
trade
both were in
room.
that room. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's a few other names that we've come across. They mainly were free or low cost rooms. And now I don't know Seth. You guys talk about Seth, but I never ran across him.
Yeah. I can tell you a little bit about Seth a little bit. Um, he still has a room. He has a free uh, YouTube channel that is out there, and yeah, so that's I can tell you the story a little bit more about it, or if you want to talk about something else, I don't. Um, but yeah, he has a just similar to Ox in the sense that just a free room that I found, and just even the first day listening to him, I realized he was in my local geographic area. You know,
Oh,
yeah. So he that I'll give you a little bit of story. So if you want to hear it, tell me if you don't want to hear it. Then you don't have to. But I want to make sure you want to hear the story before I go off on it.
I would like to know.
Okay. Okay. So I get in there, and that's how I meet RJ and several other traders. And here, and I'll just do the wrap up. It was nice room. It wasn't, Seth isn't. He's not making calls or anything like that. He's not teaching trading, but he's talking about trading. He shows the screens and he talks about it a lot. And Seth in Discord for a day. Yeah, yeah. Livestock agreed. Um, the part this is I'll just get to the part that affects me. So he and I talked about like having lunch together sometime, or and as he was a struggling trader, I would try and give actionable calls. You see, I try and do that in my Ox's room as well, if I can. I
Yes.
just because when I started out, if it would I would have killed to have, yeah, we all kind of trying to help. I would have killed to have someone just like you said, because I was in that Ace Trades room, which is why I stole my name from, because I spend money on that room, and I'll talk about him in a little bit if you want. But anyway, with Seth, I tried to make actionable calls like, look, I see this setup coming up. Hey, let's maybe it's a good time to go long 38.25 on the ES. And that's all I would ever do. And my intention was to help people. And Seth, especially, just because he was a young dad, he had some kids, and I just had kind of affinity for him. Um, and so, and that was just kind of the way I would treat it, was just like, hey, he'd show his kids on the screen once in a while, um, and so I just would like, "Hey, let's" I just thought, "I'm gonna try and help this guy make some money for his kids and make a trade." And he at no point did he ever say he was making money doing it, or he never made any claims about profitability. In fact, he would say, I'm not making any money trading, but I'd like to learn how to do it." So, anyway, that was my only intention, and it went well for months and months and months. I don't know how long RJ and I were in there, but seemed like it was, you know, over a period of a year at least or 2. Um, and every once in a while, someone would call me out, like, "Hey, Ace, let's see your profit and losses." And I would always like, "That's none of your business." Or they'd ask how many
Right.
contracts I'd trade with. None of your business. They'd ask me how, which is fine. That's people are curious, and that's fine. I don't mind. But I always rebuff them with, "No, I don't want to. I'm not going to share that with you. I'm just here to help and have a sense of community." And then for whatever reason, I don't know what happened. Well, I do kinda know. And you have seen my personality, like, if I see something that's not true that I think could be harmful to somebody, I will sometimes, and I don't do it meanfully, but that's the wrong word. You know what I'm trying to say. I don't do it as trying to be mean. I think it comes off that way sometimes. Um, well, or I will just correct something. So I had several times he would always get into politics. Ox wisely stays away from all, politics and religion and gun control and abortion and things like that, that there are controversial, then, yeah, I agree with you, Amelia. So, but I would weigh in. I would weigh in and say, "You know what? There's no reason to think that." And one of the big things I don't mind sharing with was, Seth was a little bit into conspiracy stuff, and he got this was during, Trump's, no, but when elected Biden and Trump went off on, election fraud. And Seth, the moderator, bought into all this stuff, and I would just call him out on it. I'm like, here's the deal, here's the story, this is what's true, this is there's no evidence for this, for widespread voter. And I just get anyway. So I think that's I'm reason that bringing that up is because I think that's kind of what the nexus of this was all about. Was I kept hammering him on his cherished beliefs. I kept just saying that there's no evidence to support that. If you have some, bring it. And RJ would back me up on it all the time. Like, yeah, Seth, there's no, you're just spouting conspiracy theories. He wasn't even, it wasn't like he was even quoting news sources or anything. He would just wildly say stuff. UFOs, very similar, things like that. So I think that's what happened, because next thing I know, the next time someone was asking me about, hey, let's see your profit statements. I don't believe you. And I'm like, believe me what? I'm not making any claims. I am not making, at no point did I ever say, here's how much money I made. I would just say, hey, I got into trade. Here's, you can see where if it hits my 2 points or not. Or I'd say, yeah, I got stopped out, or, his happened. But for some reason, for about a week, Seth started joining in on them, and it was almost like being stabbed in the back. It was one of the really, really harsh times where I felt like I got betrayed, hardcore. And just because I expected Seth to back me up and say, he's not making, he isn't making claims of profitability. He's not making any claims to back up. But instead, I got Seth was saying, yeah, hey, you know, you, show us your statements. Let's see how much money you're making. Show us all your, and I was like, Seth, what are you doing? I'm not making claims. At no point have I ever made claims. Just like in Ox's room, I don't make claims of, here's how much I make, which it's fine if people do that. That's great. But I just don't, I always say that's between me and the IRS. Um, and so finally, Seth, one day we just kind of got into it. He says, Ace, I think it's time for you to leave the room.
Wow.
And I was really offended. So I felt like I went from, hey, here's a guy that I wouldn't mind hanging out with, and we barbecue over at his house, and we can meet each other's families and all this stuff. And to his like, yeah, I think it's time for you to leave the room. And
Mm.
so that's that. So just quickly, I'll make it a happy ending. So RJ and I were emailing each other, and we're just like, what the actual crap? In RJ and I said, did you see it that way? Did you see the? He goes, no, you never made claims. I don't know why he kind of turned on you. And so, uh, so for about 2 months, we kind of emailed, not every day, but I just didn't have a room to trade in. I just was kind of looking around, and that's when we found Ox. So just like I'd Google or YouTube like day trading rooms, and found Ox, and I emailed RJ. I'm like, so the first day or second day of Ox's, I was like, oh, it's not too big, it's not huge, it's not crazy, it's not a carnival atmosphere. I've got this guy who's just like us, just trying to just learn the trading game and be profitable at it. And so I remember the day I emailed RJ and said, I found it. I found our next home. Here it is. Look up, Google or YouTube, MightyOxTrading, and he found it. We were both in the next day, and have been in every day since then. So, shout out again to Ox for just running a great room, and being not stabbing me in the back. So that's that's been nice. And which I want to say, for everybody in the room, and that's still here, how many people got watching? 10, so all 10 of us. Um, but mostly for Ox, especially with this thing he's going through right now. Um, there's been a lot of discussion here in my house about it, and we're all keenly aware of this situation. And it does make it hard because we care as people. If there's millions of people going through what Ox is going through right now with a relative, but we don't know him, we don't care about him, we don't spend an hour or two every morning with that person, and so it makes it personal. And so Ox, I imagine you're listening and just saying that it's tough to hear you going through what you're going through, and there's not really anything we can do about it. So I think I speak for everybody in the room about that. Yeah, thanks, John. That this is emotional for.
Yeah. Yeah, like you said, many of us, especially, if we're older, we've been through similar
Yeah,
situations, and it's never easy, and it's a tough decision no matter which way you go.
yeah. Enough said about that. Sorry, I didn't mean to get emotional. I don't care. What do I care? Look at the market. How about that? I'm
All
gonna do
right.
my. I'm gonna do the. I'm gonna do the carnival voice now. Like, who cares about that? We gotta back on the market. We gotta make some money for Pete's sakes. Good night. What are you gonna do? You gonna buy it or sell? Are you in, kid? That's I get a kick out of RJ when he does that. So
Oh, yeah.
yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, John. Um, wish we lived closer. Yeah. Well, humans are social animals. So, and again, like bring this back to trading. That's true. And especially, when we're used to working with other people. I mean, this concept of working remotely is relatively new, and so humans need that socialization. There's a reason that some of it's practical reason, but also mentally, it's uh, that's what I find with trading, um, is that it's very isolating, and you can have the greatest day of your life, and you want someone that's the first thing you want to do is share that with somebody. First thing you have, take a great trade, your first instinct is, oh gosh, I can't wait to tell my loved one, I can't wait to tell everybody. But if you're at work and you have a great moment or a great day or something like that, you can celebrate at the water cooler. You can just spend your time walking around the cubicles or the offices and let everybody know. You bring back Mary her stapler that you borrowed 2 weeks ago. But now you're bringing it back, and then also, hey, Mary, I had a great day. Here, let me tell you what happened. Yada yada. And same thing with bad days as well. So there's that need, I think, that we all have to be socialization, which is why I appreciate trading rooms, because not just from learning, but also just to commiserate or to celebrate. We all kind of celebrate good wins. So
Right.
I like that.
I think the room for me or whatever rooms, and especially this one has a lot of, I want to say, human factor to it. We share our wins, we share our losses. I like to share, like I'll tell you how many contracts I use and how many ticks I'm going for, and I'll tell you what my wins are as encouragement. Because
Yeah.
I needed that so much, because if I see other people can do it, then I tell myself I can do that too.
Nice. Yep. That's good. Encouragement wise. That's excellent. And you're really good about that. And I think everybody is. I mean, there's nobody, again, harking back to Seth's room, there's nobody in here that's anything but positive. You know what I mean? I don't ever have anybody, that's talking trash or, oh, that's garbage or, that's we've had a few odd ducks now and then, but I've never had anybody come in and be rude about it. So I think Ox has had a few people in Discord he's had to let go, but we're kind of pushing that way.
Discord is
3000
a whole different animal from the stream. I was in the Discord quite a while before I ever ventured over to the stream, and once I started listening to it, then I was hooked.
Yeah, and say I don't. Obviously, I'm not good at Discord. I see it a little bit, and I could probably use it more, but I just don't have I just don't want to spend the time, I guess, on Discord during the day. Like spending all day on Discord to me seems like, man, just get a job. If I'm going to spend all day in front of a computer, I might as well get a job that they're going to pay me to spend all day in front of a computer. So uh, part of my love of trading is the time freedom, and so I like the fact that I can get up and walk away and have the rest of my day. Except for today, I have to stick around for another half hour.
Hey Ace, what did you do before you became a trader? What was your profession, or what
Oh,
did you
great
go to
question.
school for?
Yeah. That's so I had a professional career. Again, I liked being vague, um, but it was uh, a good career. I enjoyed it, but it wasn't um, making a ton of money. Um, there are there are I'm trying to be vague. There are several professions that everyone appreciates and welcomes and is grateful for, but it's very common. It's known among society as that person doesn't make very much money. So I was doing
I would
that for
guess
a while.
teacher.
Um, you're in the ballpark. That's a great guess right there. So there was, yeah, Amelia said the same thing. Pizza maker. Oh no, that would have been cool too. But yeah, teacher is very, very, you're very, very warm. Very, if we're playing hot and cold, that's that's hot. Um, and so yeah, but of course it's I don't know if I guess it's okay to go off on this for a minute. But yeah, so then uh, as the children came and we had expenses and stuff, I was always looking for something else. In fact, I wanted to kind of talk about this just a little bit, just some about how I got interested in trading in general. Not that anybody's asked me, but I'll go on that for a minute. Um, and the only thing about this one because I've thought about this a lot because I listen to Chat with Traders. Have you heard about that? USC. It's a
No,
podcast. It's a podcast. I don't know who does it. I can't give you anything other than it's on, I think Spotify. I think I use what do I use to listen to podcasts on? Um, Castbox. But it's kind of a popular podcast. It's gone through a few changes, but basically the guy just interviews traders, just well-known trader. If you write a trading book, he's going to call you and want to interview you about the book and your trading. So he always talks about their trading journey. So I've kind of thought about that, but I just quickly, um, the I remember being little playing Monopoly, and they have something they mentioned. One of the cards, I think it's a chance card. If you've ever played Monopoly, but it's a board game. It's also online now, but there's a thing where you get a dividend. So anyway, basically, I just remember asking my dad what a dividend was, and I think there is something about stocks. Something it's not very detailed in the game, but you can get a dividend, and the bank pays you money. And so I remember asking what that is, and my dad, who loves to explain things in great detail, went on and explained. I remember him telling about, that people owned shares of companies. So that's how I kind of got started knowing about stocks. And I remember picturing um, men dressed up like the Monopoly man in big rooms with fine furniture and libraries of books, smoking cigars and trading, whatever that meant. So that was my first early introduction. And then I had an assignment in high school. The teacher, it's called the World Problems class, and we covered a lot of different areas. But one of the things the teacher did was talk about the stock market and talk about more in depth of that. And he made us pick. So back then, just like you said, that does come out on the news, but also every day in the newspaper, it would come out and the stock prices. And so he
Yeah.
told us we have to pick 3 different stock companies, just random. And I didn't know what they were. I remember writing them down and highlighting them, and every day picking my stocks and realizing they were going up. They were making money, and on all 3 of mine, I thought it was just easy peasy. And so that got me thinking, again. But of course, but everybody's got to go to college and get a real job and have insurance and things like that. And so that wasn't. I didn't really think that would be my um, path, but always interested. In fact, I remember harking back to my dad. I remember my dad I asked my dad, "Do you own some stocks?" And he went and got some certificates or something, stock certificates. To this day, I don't know. He's passed. My mom and dad both passed. But to this day, I don't know what it was that he showed me. I remember seeing the printing was pretty fancy, and the only other fancy printing I'd seen like that was on my mom and dad's marriage certificate, and my birth certificate looked pretty official as well. And I remember thinking, this must be pretty important then. My dad must really do own part of that company, and thinking that was pretty important. I would love to find that stock certificate and find out. Yeah, I mean, who could have been? Who knows? You know, Kodak or Enron or something stocks. But it might have been some, local. But anyway, that was my first introduction to stocks. I remember thinking that was a good way to make money. But anyway, as I moved on, could have been Apple. Yeah, who knows? Yeah, this was probably even before Apple. But um, anyway, but as again moved on with my career and realized I just wasn't making money. I just started looking for ways to supplant that, and moved into other areas. Tried a couple different things. In one of those things was sales, and I made a good buddy who we're still good friends. But he introduced me to futures, and he showed me his computer. He had an account with um, Infinity Futures, and he'd show me his computer, and he explained it. So we every day while we were waiting for the phones ring or to making sales or between meetings or whatever, um, he would show me his how the price moved. And then I looked at the difference between futures and stocks and what are we doing, and I learned a little bit about options and things like that. And what I checked out was that it seemed to me like a lot of people. I'm going to read John's comment here really fast. My grandfather did the same thing. He went to a safety deposit box and got paper shares with a cement company. He had great wealth from it. Yeah, that's interesting, John. Yeah, I should go find. I know there's some papers I need to go through with my dad's, and I think they're probably in there. Um, uh, and it could just been a local, company that went under. Could have been a horse buggy company that makes horse whips or something. Um, but anyway, I started what I was going to say about this is I noticed that a lot of people start out in stocks and or options and eventually transitioned into futures. And so I thought that was good. I was going to skip a couple steps to do futures. And so that's kind of how I got started. I don't know if that was way longer than you wanted to hear, but that was how I got started. And just and this was this is before the micros. This was, it was, you had to put in, oh, that's what I was going to say about Infinity Futures. I think they got bought out by somebody, but my buddy had an account with them. So I called them up and was excited, but they had a $5,000 minimum. You had to put 5,000 in to trade the ES. I mean, they had $500, there was still $500 to trade one contract on the ES. But you had to have $5,000 in your account, had to open it with 5,000. And that was way out of my reach. There was no way I was going to, take $5,000 and tie it up. And so I called around and Googled around and found out that, uh, who's it? I'm trying to think of. I was with Sierra, um, Amp, Amp Futures, Amp Futures out of Chicago. And I called up, and the first person I talked to, his name was Vinny. And I'm like, Vinny, like a mob guy. What am I getting mixed up in? I'm calling some mobster in Chicago. They could do my money with it. Um, and but they had a $500, so you could trade $500. So that's what I did. I sent them 500. In fact, I saved. Oh yeah, there, do the voice again. Yeah, absolutely, Amelia. I saved a couple $100 out of a couple different checks and squirreled it away, and then put in and was making decent money in sales. Um, but I had had some to put away. Didn't have 5,000, but I could definitely put you 500. And so I put that in an AMP account, um, and made a couple little trades and just did okay, and built it up from there. Did I lost it? I remember it going below the 500 a couple times. One of the first ones was, so this buddy and I were at work trading. That's where we would trade, is at work on our uh, work computers. We loaded everything up on our work computers, and I remember my neighbor he was interested because we were always talking about trading, and so I remember showing him one time, like, yeah, here's what you do. You just pick direction. Do you think the stock? I was in sim. Pick a direction. You want to think it's going to go up or down? He's like, I don't know, up. And so I take a buy order, and it goes against me because I tell him, like, yeah, we're losing money now. And then I looked over and realized it wasn't sim. I was in the live account, and I was down a couple $100 because I just kept moving the stop because I was just showing him, yeah, here's how it goes. And if we were, and all, just that, I remember that sick to my stomach, and like, oh, let's get out of this trade, and closing it out, and I remember that went below that, had taken my profit from a couple days worth of work and gone out, and so I remember, I'm never doing that again. I'm never just going to put on a demonstration and show anybody. But I remember him being felt bad for me that I had lost some real money. So that was awful. But yeah, so I had, I sent him some more money. That wasn't the only time, but but I did get, so I could, built that count up. And yeah, Vinny from the trade desk. So and it's funny. So quickly about Vinny, um, he called me. He had my number. He left. Um, who he's with? He was with AMP and Sierra Charts. He called me not very long ago and just said, "Hey, are you still in the trading game?" And we talked, and he said, I've started with another brokerage. Love to have you come over." And so we talked about uh, fees, commissions, and so he made me a pretty good deal. So I'm actually haven't transitioned all the way over there. Um, just a little wait for the account setup and all that stuff. But anyway, so it's just interesting that Vinny came back in my life. So he's the first person I professionally talked to as far as trading goes. My first broker, and he's going to be my broker again. And I highly recommend them. I thought they were really good. Like I said, they work well on the who's with now. It's GFF. I think it's called Global Futures and Forex. And the word Forex makes me a little nervous. I'm not advertising for them. I'm not sponsored by them or anything. But I felt like they've treated me pretty good. And like I said, we talked about commissions, and so he made it worthwhile to move over there. And they, but if he hadn't had, they have NinjaTrader. So if he didn't have NinjaTrader, if I had to change again, that would have been awful. Because it just, like USC said, it was a lot. It's hard to change. So anyway, that's me talking a lot. I'm sorry. I'm going to shut up for a minute and answer questions, or let USC talk.
What would you like to talk about? I can tell you a little bit more about. I was going to ask you I asked you in the chat, what was like your turning point as far as making money? Were there any light bulb moments?
Just kind of, just those first, I just remember those first early days of, um, I remember the first time I had a $150 trade. Again, this was the big E-mini. It was $500 per contract, and each tick was 1250, still is, 1250. But I remember making $150, and there was a lawyer that we had a legal counsel in the office, and the lawyer had heard us talk about trading all the time as well. And the lawyer was, "Are you? Oh, there you go. I see that. Yeah, light bulb moments. Thanks." Um, the attorney saying, and she and I didn't get along very well. It's just the nature of the business, blah, blah, who cares? But I remember her saying when I go, I just made $150. And they're like, serious? Really? I'm like, yeah, just $150. And I remember the lawyer saying, if you can do it, anybody should be able to do it.
Oh my gosh.
And I was, like I said, we didn't get along. But I was like, that's a backhanded compliment. But so that was, yeah, that was kind of mean. So I was, I'm just reading JJR. You guys are great between you two, low birds and RM. Yeah, solid bullpen. Yeah, so I was, but I just realized that it got to the point where I'm I was I got so I built my setup at my home, so I pretty soon didn't have to take trades at work. I could do them at home, and pretty soon it got so that I was uh realizing like, oh man, I have to get off my trading computer where I just made some money, and I'm going to go to work where and especially in sales, it was 100% commission, where I may make money because there's days when in sales where if you don't make a sale, you don't make any money. You eat what you kill, basically, is the saying. And so there was days where I started just very quickly started realizing I could stay home and make this kind of money that I'm going to be making at work. And there was days where you'd kill it at work and make great days, but not every day. But and so yeah, there wasn't anything really light bulb stuff that. But I will tell, and I've shared this before. Um, is that I don't know if you guys remember there was if I say the wrong words, I hope I won't cause an international incident. But there was a Russian airliner that got shot down by some rebels, some Chechen rebels, maybe. It was kind of big news for a while, because people were worried about, going. And so, what happened? This is like your $3,000 a day, your $3,000 penny stock. But had just entered a short trade at work, and we had TVs up, but they were kind of around the corner from where my buddy and I's cubicles were at, and I got in the trade, my 2 points. Everybody knows I have 2 points set up, and it started moving towards me, and I sometimes will move my target. I don't do it as much anymore because I have multiple contracts on, but I would pull in, I move my target out of the way, and it surged towards my 2 points. I would have got my 2 points really quickly, and then it surged towards my 2 point where my target was at was now like 5 points. Surged toward that very quickly, and I moved it out of the way and moved it out of the way, and it just kept falling. And I finally moved it. I just shrunk the screen and moved it clear in the heck down. And I remember thinking, what news is going on? So I remember looking around the corner, and they were showing this airplane had just been shot down, and I made it was in the thousands. It was a couple grand. But I remember this ugly feeling that these people just lost their lives. This was an international incident. The airline obviously crashed and killed everybody aboard.
Mhm.
And I was profiting from that. And so it was a little weird. I was squeezing my stomach because I was like, I just profited off those people's deaths. And it was a little weird to kind of have to deal with that. Because the market went short and it just went ripped for a long, long time. So that was a memorable moment. But yeah, so very, very quickly I just realized I could make more money. I'm losing money basically heading into work. And it took me a while. It wasn't like I wanted to jump right off. I wanted to make sure that it was, my number one goal is to make money for my family, take care of my family. So yeah, JJR's got to take off. Good job, JJR. Green 322. Anyway, that was a memorable moment. But shortly after that is I just like, you know what, I can transition to this. I can do this from home and make the money, and just wanted to check and make sure that it was profitable. But and there was times where I'd go a week or two without, it was red days. I realized I have those, but sharpened it up. But anyway, that's kind of my story about things.
Interesting. It's
Yeah.
always good to hear how somebody built up their trading skills and got to a point where they could no longer rely on I have to rely on a day job. My trading skills are nowhere near there, and I've told you what my main problem is tilt and going red. So
Right.
when I say I'm red, I'm usually really in the red.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and
Well,
I've passed over 20 Apex evaluations and made it to funded accounts, but I can't hold on to them. And I
oh,
think
I'm sorry to hear
one of
that.
the reasons I think is, when I pass the evaluations that the market is doing really well, there's lots of momentum, and I just went boom and passed them.
Right.
And then when they turn into a funded account, the market changes. It's slow like today,
Yeah.
and I'm still trying to trade like gangbusters, and it doesn't work. So I'm also working on trying to adapt to the market. As I mentioned earlier, I try to figure out what time frame I need for the day based on how much energy is in the market. So I'm still a work in progress, but I am determined I'm going to get to the point where to the point I want to be, and I'll keep working until I get there. It's like a puzzle
Yeah.
I have to figure out, and I love puzzles, so I'm determined I'm going to figure this one out.
Yeah. Good on you. I love that attitude, and I love hearing that. MR is asking me if I ever met ARG. Nope, haven't. RJ there. Never and we have not met up. In fact, I don't think I've met. I guess I haven't met anybody that trade. I don't know all my people I know trade other than my buddy from work. I kind of figure he's my mentor. Other than him, I really have never met anybody that trades. It's all been over the phone or computer or something like that. So we aren't like the 20-year-old YouTubers running Lambo. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Slow and steady.
Right,
Yeah,
Amelia? Yeah.
yeah.
Slow
Well,
and steady. One thing I found though, I have to go big or go home. Like I trade with up to 5 contracts now,
really?
and yeah. Um, because trying to make like $50 in a trade and another $50 and another $50. So when I go red, I mean, it just completely blows that out of the
Gone.
water. So when I'm trading 5 contracts at a time and I'm up to 1,800, um, I'm psyched up
Right,
and I'm good to go. And I could take a $500 loss and it won't hurt me. I just jump back on the saddle and keep going.
right.
But I've tried to do with like the micros and try to do really small targets and low contracts. And I do so much better with more contracts.
That's interesting. Yeah, I would never. I don't have any advice for you. Like Amelia says, if it's working, then keep it going. Because that's if I was a coaching session, I would say, well, obviously you got to um, cut down your contracts, take your risk off. But like I said, if it's working, but here's the thing: what I hear. If you're telling me, and tell me if I'm not wrong, um, everything you've mentioned is a you thing. In other words, this is kind of the realization I had was I would think, oh, it's the world news it's affecting me, or it's the algos, or it's the high frequency traders, or these people are all causing these things to happen. And then I realized it's none of that. I actually looked at my trade and started journaling and started to keep track on my calendar. I would realize, just like you said, it wasn't things out of my control. It was me. It's me moving my stop. It's me revenge trading. It's me saying, I just lost on that trade. I have to get that back, and I have to get it back now. And when you get stopped out because you went short and it goes long, and so you figured, oh, I was wrong. I better go long, and then it goes stop. It was me, and so I'm just that's what I hear you saying is it's things within your control that you just got to, it's up to you to fix it, right? Am I right on that?
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
The holy grail is you.
Yeah.
I've come
Yeah.
across, everybody's looking for the holy grail. The holy grail is you,
Is
recognizing
yourself.
your weaknesses and just
Yep.
plugging away and fixing those, or if you can fix it, but make it better.
Yeah, good on you. Yeah, so I don't journal. USC or MR is asking you if you journal. Yeah, you used to.
Right. I used to write down every single trade and what trigger or signal made me take that trade.
Yeah,
And I did that for probably about 2 years after I retired. And
yeah,
it's kind of like my checkbook now. I just kind of wing it in my head.
yeah. You kind of know what you're doing. I found I was more accountable, especially when I started writing my trades, not trade, my profits, I would in point value on my calendar here, the same calendar. I've got just a little whiteboard next to me that's a calendar form, and I write down the events. Like on the mornings, I'll write down. I'll try and do it about a week at a time. I'll write down news announcements. We know we're going to come back. Like CPI is coming out at 6:30 my time. Oil's going to come out at 8:30. The Fed's an announcement at 6:20 or whatever. And then, but then I also have a spot that I write down how many points I made that day, and that made me more. And so my trading partner, my wife, can come in and see that anytime, and we're back and forth, and like she comes in the morning a lot. You hear me talking about, hey, say hi to my kid, or say hi to my, because they're getting ready in another room that's very close, and so they'll come in and talk or watch or whatever and listen to the stream. But I'll put my points down, and I've told my wife, like, please check on that once in a while. Please come ask me, hey, why is there the -5? Why did you lose 5 points?
Accountability.
Yeah, accountability. So it's nice, um, nice with that to have just that's kind of my trading journal now, is I just have those points exposed. So if I have, a couple bad days, I can show those. Or if I have great days, it's fun to show point that,
That's
hey,
right.
there's a 12-point day up there that I got. So, yep.
I say that I don't journal, but um, I don't journal each trade. I evolved from journaling trades to
Yeah,
setups that work, like
nice.
what indicator was I using at the time? How many contracts? How many ticks was I looking for? That's sort of where I evolved, and that's where I'm at now. I think, oh, I'll kind of like, well, that's working really well. I'll note
Yeah,
this so I can go back and look at it.
excellent. Yep, I like that. I
There was
like that.
another question too. Oh, Emma, you wanted to know what do I trade the most? I'm very fickle. One day I'll trade NQ, and one day it's ES, and one day it's YM, but gold is my favorite right now. I am trying some indicators or a couple of indicators on gold that I mentioned, and I'm liking the way they look. I like the way they give me an idea of where to do an entry. So most of my trades lately have been in gold.
That's interesting. That's interesting. And you
And
can't get in that
uh,
room. I feel like gold punches you in the face too much.
Um, I used to try to trade and I couldn't trade it for nothing. And then somehow coming back to it and looking at it with different eyes as time has passed, it started kind of, speaking to me.
Reveal itself. Yep.
I say trading is kind of like reading a book. It's got to give you a story that you can follow.
There you go. I like that. And,
Yeah,
and
our
people
time
talk
is
about
up.
chart. Yep. Yeah, it is. People talk about chart time. Just have to have so many. If you want to learn how to play the violin expertly, you put in what 10,000 hours or something like that. And same thing. But you got to have. I'm not saying it's 10,000 hours, but you have to have some chart time. I mean, anybody could you could put a monkey in front of a screen and give them access to a button to push, and they could make money, but it's the consistency that's what it is. And we do need to go. One thing I really quickly want to say. Well, thank you for being on here with me, U.S. Son. Appreciate your camaraderie, and especially letting us tease you about being my sim wife and things. Um, but I got to say, because we did talk about the Carnival Barker, Ace Trades, the original Ace Trades. I do. I have to say something about him though, and I don't know. Did you say you took his course as well?
Ace
Or
trades.
yeah, did you get it?
No, I didn't take his
Okay.
course, but I knew he had like these 7 keys.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. All those keys.
And you had to pay, I think, to find out what the 7 keys
Oh
were,
yeah.
but
Yeah. Yeah.
they're really kind of like you could find them on the internet if you really look.
Yeah. I paid for his course. I've spent money, and I have his keys all written down and yada yada. But I want to say something really quirky that's a little bit mysterious for me. So I never he wasn't it'd be easy to call him a scam, because at no point did he ever say, okay, folks, there's what we're going to do. Here's the method. Now you're going to get in at at 59.45.50. We're going to go short. Just watch for the setup. Blah blah blah. That never happened. It was all smoke and mirrors as far as that goes. But I will say this about him, and that's why I said, well, we put this out there because it's really weird. He would make calls though in advance as far as where's the market and go multiple times. I remember one day I wrote it down on my hand because it was before I went to work. So he said, all right, everybody, today's Fed day. And the market was like it is now, 59.47. He's like, we're going to get down to 59.25, 58.78. Mark my word, you watch that and have a great day. Bye-bye. And I remember writing that down on my hand. And this happened multiple times. And I would watch the market at work. Like I said, we would work and trading and talking about trading. And sure enough, it gets down there to the tick and then heads back up. And I remember just being amazed. And to this day, I know, how did he do that? Did he get lucky? Yeah, but he did it enough times. So anyway, I just wanted to say that about him, that I'd like to, it'd be easy to just call him a scam artist, but there was times when he would make very accurate, very dead on calls. And some of that was the keys. That's you learn how to draw like support, resistance, and where it's going to go. But anyway, we'll let everybody go. US Sun, you have the
Yes.
last word. I just want to say thank you. Thank everybody for being here, and I'm out of here.
Yes. Thank you for being my co-host today, and I invite anybody in the stream to also let Ox know if you'd like to come on and or maybe have a co-host with someone and just kind of banter off each other and go from there. We'd like to learn about everybody's background.
Yeah, it would be fun to interview everybody, hear their
A-
different stories.
Absolutely.
All
All right,
right.
guys. I'm out of here. Thank you,
Thanks.
guys. Thanks, everybody.
Have a great
Bye.
day. Have a great weekend,
Bye.
everybody. Thank you, USC. Thank
Take
you,
care.
Ace.
See
Have
you
a
guys
great
Monday.
week. Yep. See you Monday, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Have a great day. A great weekend. Bye.